dark days, do you have a tear to spare? Make a promise, the world awaits. It's heavy just breathing through this debate. Start a, come on, start a riot. When they love you too much, know it's fake, or even hate. Don't be scared if the weight paralyzes your state at the gate. No, it's a lot to take in, it's designed to know when, don't wait. Don't be scared when the weight paralyzes your state at the gate.
Menu reader.
Don't get in line.
Okay, let's get this. I want to make sure everything's running. See? Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Welcome, lords and ladies of the realms, to our adventure at Hogwarts Legacy in the universe of Harry Potter. Let's see what the game offers. Hogwarts, Witchcraft and Wizardry School of. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a 5th year student. Terms begin on the 1st of September. Preliminary supplies have been collected for you and will accompany you on your journey to the castle. As you may be aware, the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery prohibits the use of magic by those under the age of 17 outside of school. However, due to your unique circumstances, the ministry has graciously agreed to allow Professor Elazar Fig to help you hone your spell casting before escorting you from London to the castle for the start of the term. feast. And the sorting ceremony. Yours sincerely, M. Weasley, Professor Weasley, Deputy Headmistress. Is my okay, character creation. Let's see. Probably closer. That's face wear. We'll go with this one. Skin color. What we got here? Glasses. Circular. Half circle. Octagon? I think I'll go with none for now. And one more thing. Shape. That. Hairstyles. Closer to my normal hairstyle. With this. Then we got hair colors. What we got? Black. teal to turquoise type. My favorite color, so I'll choose this. Complexion. Definitely all the way over here. Freckles and moles. All that. Yep. Scars and marking. Nothing. Here. Wait. That's messed up. Teardrop? Nose. It's like a bear attack. Into Harry Potter. I think I'll go with the one that looks like a bear attack. Eye color. Baby blue. I think that might be it. Eyebrow shapes. I think we'll go with this one. Now to finalize your character. Voice 1.
I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
Voice 2.
That was quite something.
Oh,
I'm eager to
Sounds
get
like
to
us, boys.
Hogsmeade.
oh, we got some pitches.
A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you. It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. That was quite something. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you. A few It was one. That was quite something. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Go with that one. Normal difficulty. use my actual first name. I'll just use... Oh. As our last name. Wizard. Now to begin our journey into the Harry Potter universe.
It appears we are almost ready to depart. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me all the time again.
Oh, Eleazar!
George, glad my rather cryptic description of our location did not thwart your finding us.
I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatergoers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received your owl, I must say I...
Best not speak here, Eleazar.
Of course. Why don't we speak en route to Hogwarts? We have a start-of-term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to.
Wonderful idea! As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Not at all, sir.
After you.
Ages since I'd been to the castle. Would be good to see the old pile of rocks.
Glad I caught you before you left for Scotland.
Just barely.
And who is your traveling companion?
A new student.
New?
Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a 5th year.
How extraordinary.
It is indeed. None of the faculty has ever heard of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late.
Nor have I.
Of course, as the other 5th years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better mentor. Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard.
Mr. Osric is prone to flattery. I dare say it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the Ministry.
Have you seen this?
I have. Opinions differ as to how great a threat Ranrock really is.
Although I've yet to convince my colleagues at the Ministry, I believe he is a significant threat. And it was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago.
Miriam? How?
She wrote to me about Ranrock before she died, wondering what the Ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this. It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via her owl, but with no correspondence. I can only assume
That she had to get rid of it quickly. To keep it safe.
presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is powerful indeed.
It looks like goblin metal. That symbol.
What's that glow?
I don't see a glow.
Nor do I. Merlin's beard. How did you...
Wait! We do... Hang on! Yeah! Yeah! Jump! The key! Give me your hand! Accio! Are you all right? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a second.
Wiggenweld potion.
What happened?
Poor George. I can't believe he... What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never...
Professor? Sir, where are we?
I'm not sure. But that key you discovered was clearly a port key.
Port key.
An item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
I'm feeling better, sir, if you'd like to look around a bit.
I would. But stay close. We've no idea who created this port key. Or why.
How far did that port key take us?
Farther from London than the carriage traveled. We're somewhere in the Scottish Highlands.
Sir, those ruins. Do you
The
think...
port key was meant to lead us there? I do. This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that port key to George for a reason. And I believe that she, and now George, died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right, and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be. Mind your step.
Where do you suppose your wife got the port key that brought us here?
A good question. Miriam spent years searching for evidence of a long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
Ancient magic?
Yes, a powerful magic wielded by a rare few that seems to have been lost to time. Hogwarts Castle was built by, and is itself a stronghold of that ancient magic. I don't know where she came into possession of the portkey, but I am certain it was to do with that search. Ah, there's the path down below. This way.
It sounds right for
But sir,
near the ocean.
why was your wife searching for evidence of lost magic?
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Is that ice?
It's not cold enough here. It appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing. Focus on the center.
Press R2 to perform these tasks.
Excellent!
Use your camera to select an active target. Some players prefer to select targets and remove the avatar with the same thumbstick by disabling camera relative targeting in targeting settings. Oh, hold.
That was a bit rougher than I'd expected. Your wand work's improving with every cast.
Thank you, sir.
Ah, up there.
Thought it was a little bit off. Chest. 31 coins. What are the currencies called?
We're close now. It's just ahead. Steady yourself! Reparo! Almost there!
That's a nice view.
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy. That portkey led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
The mini map shows your surroundings. With you, the purple triangle in the middle. This is your current objective. Press and hold to toggle request objectives. Oh, yeah, we gotta hold. Didn't use that. Investigate.
Professor, this statue...
This may have been his home.
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking? What's this? Professor Fig!
Lord.
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
What in Merlin's name? Godric's heart.
Where are we?
I don't believe it.
Hello?
It can't be. Just a moment. Ooh. Welcome to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Vault number 12, I presume. Precisely. The key?
Your wife's portkey.
Oh, yes, of course. This way, then. Stay close. After you. Keep your hands inside the cart if you don't wish to lose them.
How many vaults are there in Gringotts?
Hundreds. In fact, you'll see quite a few on our way to vault number 12. As we speak, we're just beneath the main lobby. The vaults you see now are the newest.
Are private entrances to the bank common at Gringotts?
They are most uncommon. Only one with great wealth or power, or both, could have arranged for such a service. You'll want to take a breath.
A what? That waterfall washes away all enchantments. It's a security measure.
Experienced the thief's downfall before, have you?
Heard of it?
These are the lower vaults that we're passing now.
How deep are we going?
Vault number 12 was commissioned shortly after Gringotts was founded over 4 centuries ago. It resides in the deepest part of the bank. Settle in. We've quite a distance to go.
Vault number?
Vault 12. Momentous day.
On your way.
Professor, the armband that guard was wearing was glowing.
Like the glow you saw on the porky container?
No, darker. I saw that same glow on the dragon's collar.
Yeah, what was that?
We were just wondering about that goblin back there.
He watches over the oldest section of the bank. Rare anyone goes there anymore. Here we are.
When was the last time this vault was accessed?
A goblin has been stationed at my desk for hundreds of years. In that time, no one has visited Vault 12 until today. Vault 12.
Thank you for your help.
Hey. What's this? Another chest. 60 more coins.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
I'm not sure. Sir, I wonder if you
The
might...
instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I am to grant access to the holder of the key and then close the door.
Wait!
How do we get out?
Professor?
That was certainly unexpected. Let me think. There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps?
Revelio?
Yes, a revealing charm. No time like the present. Let's see what we're missing, shall we? Ready your wand and focus.
Day one. Guided along a sense path. Cast Revelio.
Revelio. There! I saw something.
Move a bit closer and try again.
A door.
Well, that's a start. There's that symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to...
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw on the port key container.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way.
Investigate.
Lumos! This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? do you think this is some sort of test?
I do. But to what end, I can't say. Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
I see something up ahead.
What is it?
That glow again, but on the floor.
Lumos! What happened?
When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
That statue?
What statue?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor.
Revelio, I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't match. Wait, when you moved, the reflection turned in the direction of the light.
Perhaps you should cast Lumos.
You acquired a wand lighting charm, Lumos, which has automatically been slotted to your spell set. Lumos creates a light tip of your wand to help you see in dark areas. Hold R2 and tap triangle.
Lumos!
Well done.
Now the reflection's turning towards me. It does follow the light.
Look out!
Potato!
Accio! Defendo! Levioso! Deposo! Expulso! Confringo! Deposo! Protect Levioso! Descendo! Levioso! Confringo! Expulso!
Review your objective to reveal the way forward.
Deposo! Potato! Levioso! Confringo! Deposo! Expulso! Levioso! Confringo! Potato! Expulso! Confringo! Descendo! Levioso! Levioso!
Stupefy!
Confringo! Deposo! Lumos! Stay close!
Professor! Professor Fig! Professor, where are you? This isn't good. Lumos! Where am I supposed to go? What's happening? The wisps of magic seem to be leading me somewhere. Ah, that's where they're leading me. That glow again.
That looks like more of those guys.
Revelio. I suppose I'm on my own this time.
Oh, chest. That's nice. 64 more coins.
Lumos. I need to align these statues with their reflections. Lumos. Perhaps I need to get them all to stand at once.
Yes.
It seems I have no choice. I'm going to have to fight my way out of here. Revelio. Stupefy. Stupefy.
Not really good at countering. I'll have to get better at that. Okay, I was already doing that.
Stupefy. 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 Potato. Stupefy. 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 Potato.
I see that coming. Try again.
Potato. Stupefy. 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 Potato. Stupefy. Potato. Stupefy. Stupefy. Lumos.
Okay. Burn it.
Revelio. Lumos.
Just check the sound settings a little bit, if it lets me. Sound effect. Just a little bit more. Passive.
Revelio.
Chest over there and over there. 63 more coins. I'm just guessing there's going to be more coins here. $48 more coins.
There you are. How did you... What is this place?
I don't know. But I found this floating above that basin.
That is no mere basin. That is a pensive for viewing memories. I wonder... Follow my lead.
All is in place.
The portkey is well hidden?
Perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created...
may be impossible to follow. It will only be impossible for one who cannot see traces of ancient magic as I can.
Your ability to see what others cannot will not be enough, Percival. We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the witch or wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge, and the responsibility that accompanies it.
We've done all that we can.
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
Astonishing.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed, but could never. Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge that has been dormant for centuries. And you, it seems, are the key to understanding why. We were...
It all looks rather different than it did a moment ago.
Someone's coming.
Who were they?
I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't be in here.
I was right.
Ranrock.
Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit Rackham's vault.
And why are you here?
No need for that. Just give me whatever it is you found here and we can let bygones be bygones.
Sir, they had the key to the vault.
Choose your next words wisely.
I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear. Sir, I must insist. I was to grant access only to one with the key, and you didn't have it.
I have no patience for traitors. Now, where were we?
I'm not giving you anything.
Well, perhaps your young friend here will be more helpful.
I know a way out! Professor!
Oh! Oh. Oh. Are you all right?
Fine, sir.
I've never seen so powerful a goblin. He seemed wholly unaffected by my magic.
Where are we?
It can't be. It seems those who set up the pensive, the locket, and the path to both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to. Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony. I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now, I need to study this locket as soon as I can, but first I must contact the Ministry. They need to know what happened to George and be warned of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Ready for the sorting ceremony? Phineas, Nigellus, Black. Prepare yourself to meet the headmaster.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony's over.
There were complications.
Complications?
It seems the goblin problem has...
Enough! Goblins. I've no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever patience I had left. If you're lucky, we might still be able to get you sorted this evening.
I'll be in touch.
Professor Weasley, we've one more to be sorted.
Welcome. You're just in time. Have a seat.
Ah, yes. A bit older than the others, aren't you? You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations.
I can't wait to explore.
I'm looking forward to exploring Hogwarts and the world beyond the castle and grounds.
Indeed. Much can be gleaned by having an adventurous spirit, but your professors have a great deal to teach you as well. You're clever indeed. You have the ability to reflect clearly on that which puzzles others, and you've a ready mind, quick to learn. Perhaps you belong in RavenClaw.
Ceremony. The sorting hat will take your choice into account when sorting you into a house. The RavenClaw House, known for intelligence, creativity, and wit. I was on the Harry Potter fan club. I got myself sorted into RavenClaw, so I'm going to keep it there.
You belong in RavenClaw!
Oh, and one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring's final, this year's Quidditch season has been cancelled. Enough! It's not as though I've banned flying altogether, but don't tempt me. You are here to focus on your academic futures. I'm sure you will have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow. I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow.
Quite an entrance. It's lovely to meet you.
Professor Weasley, would you be so kind as to show our new student to their common room?
I shall see to it, sir. As I was saying, I'm Professor Weasley. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Professor.
As Deputy Headmistress, it is my distinct honor to show you to your common room. Right this way. It's quite uncommon for a student to begin as a fifth year. Might be a bit of a challenge, but one I'm sure you're up for.
I am, Professor.
This is the entrance to the RavenClaw common room. You must solve a riddle to enter. I won't be of much help, I'm afraid. This sort of thing has always confounded me.
Who lived longer? The ghost or the poltergeist?
A ghost or a poltergeist? A non-being can never have been.
Well done. Now, go on in and get some sleep. You have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. I shall be back in the morning to collect you for your first class.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy your first night at Hogwarts. Sleep well.
Looks like everyone's gone. Better head to the common room. Revelio.
He's Appleby Arrows, 1612. Oh, cool. See your reflection, sorta. Auto open stores, cool. Down or up? Well, up first.
Just have to wait for the right moment.
I suppose some introductions are in order.
Rick Clopton.
One moment. Watch this.
Ugh! What is this? Someone threw a dung bomb. Let's get out of here.
That wasn't quite the reaction I wanted. Oh well.
Right. What did you hope would happen?
I suppose I hoped it would lighten the mood. RavenClaws can be a bit on edge the first day of class. I'm Everett, by the way. You seem downright calm next to some of these characters, and you survived a rather harrowing trip here.
I'm looking forward to my first day.
I'm glad to be here. Ready for classes to start.
Good. Glad to hear it. Truly, there's no reason to be nervous. Most professors are firm but fair. I mean, not all of the tricks I play are as simple as a tossed dung bomb, and I'm still here.
Wait, did you say most professors are fun but fair?
Ha! I did. But probably best I let you judge for yourself. I do tend to push their limits. I should wander off before someone traces that dung bomb back to me. Nice meeting you.
You too, Everett.
It's that new 5th year. I wonder where they're from. Can't imagine starting a new school this late.
I never thought I'd actually enjoy herbology, but Professor Garlick makes it so interesting.
With the
It's
carpet.
a lot more than I'll ever know about mandrakes.
Do not pass.
be different, starting Hogwarts in your 5th year.
The globe. Okay.
All right. Deep breath.
Emmett Stackar.
Why, hello. Would you like to take a look? Can't see too much in the day. Well, except for stars like Sirius, Canopus, Vega, and Arcturus. I'm Amit. Pleasure to have you in RavenClaw. Never met someone who's been so close to a dragon before.
Can't say I'd recommend it, frankly. It's nice to meet you, Amit. I take it you like astronomy?
Oh, yes. So much to be learned from the stars. Also, there's something about the open air and night sky above the tower. It's invigorating. You will adore astronomy. Professor Shaw is incredibly knowledgeable.
I find the stars fascinating.
I hope astronomy's on my schedule. Sounds interesting.
I have good news for you. You are most definitely taking astronomy. It is required for all 5th years. You will be enthralled with the tower. Plus, a quality telescope can show you things you never dreamed of.
I suppose I'll see you in class then.
Yes. Oh, and speaking of class, better get to my first one of the year. Nothing like the smell of fresh parchment, is there? Be seeing you! Revelio.
I'm not sure this is the right spot.
Apples. Again. Oh, just repeat. Oh, there it is.
That's not right either. I want him to be in the perfect place. A place he'll be happy with. But I can't seem to find it. Great golden gobstones! I want him to thrive here.
Golden gobstones?
My own little expression. I bought this Dittany seedling from home and I so want him to feel cozy. Dittany is amazing, isn't it? So much healing power in such a little plant. I've a bit of a thing for plants, as you can see. Pleased to meet you. I'm Samantha.
Nice to meet you, Samantha. Is Dittany used in Wiggenweld potion?
It is. Looks like someone's been studying up on their potion making.
Actually, Professor Fig told me about the Wiggenweld potion.
Of course. I heard you were studying with him before term. He's an enigma, Fig. Teaches about theory, yet seems to know a lot about practical magic.
Quite knowledgeable.
Professor Fig does know a great deal about, different forms of magic.
Well, I hope he told you about more than Wiggenweld. You've lots to catch up on, I'm sure.
Most students grow their own ingredients.
Is it common practice for students to grow their own ingredients?
Oh, yes. In fact, our herbology teacher, Professor Garlick, encourages it. And I don't think Professor Sharp, our potions master, cares where you get your ingredients, as long as your brews are all perfect.
That's just stereotyping.
It was nice to meet you, Samantha. Good luck with your Dittany.
Thank you. And good luck to you too on your first day.
Hey there, new RavenClaw. Professor Weasley is looking for you just outside. You had best not keep her waiting.
I'm gonna go downstairs first. What there was down there.
Revelio.
That seems like a chest down there. movement's a little bit slow. Other side of this wall.
Revelio.
Here's one. What has a lock on it though? Level 3 lock. Can't get that yet. There's something right here. This is just... I'll have to learn a spell or something. Oh. Bathrooms. Oh, that's an old school tub. You could use the toilet. Oh, just flush it.
Revelio.
Anyone know in here? Nope. Guess we head back up. I almost forgot about the spray.
Good morning. I trust you're ready for your first day at Hogwarts?
I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. Can't believe I'm here.
Well, you are here. Make the most of it. You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a fifth year, you'll need to catch up with your classmates and not fall behind. Especially as you'll be expected to complete your OWLs at the end of the year.
OWLs? Owls?
Yes, your ordinary wizarding level exams. They will determine what type of career you can have when you leave here. After much discussion with the headmaster and the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success. Here you are.
What is it?
It is a wizard's field guide. It will help you to keep track of what you are learning so that you master all that's expected of a fifth year. You would be wise to take full advantage of this exceptionally valuable resource.
Thank you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have. Walk with me and we shall put it to the test. This way. The guide will give you opportunities to practice your magic
Revelio.
and educate yourself about wizarding lore.
This could be a progression guide.
I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide when I was a student. Why don't you cast Revelio on this bust and see what details the field guide can provide?
RavenClaw bust. Guide pages. Bust was created in honor of RavenClaw House. Rides in the lofty RavenClaw Tower. You just unlocked the field guide challenge. Your progress toward completing challenges appears here. Field guide challenges are the only way to acquire experience points or EXP. Collecting them. Okay. Option. This is your wizarding level. XP earned from challenges increases your level and power. Your field guide tracks your current challenges progress. Select the challenges menu to continue. Collecting your first guide page unlocks a new challenge category. New challenges you unlock throughout your adventure will appear here. Select the field guide page to continue. Field guides and pages 1%. Each challenge has tiers. Special rewards unlock at each tier you complete, from appearances to critical upgrades. So unlockables, nice. Rewards must be claimed from the challenge menu. Come back often to collect rewards you have unlocked. Check so we can get stuff. It looks like we're gonna get a new pair of glasses for this. Circle.
Revelio.
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle.
Can't see the opportunities are the blue ones, and the chests are the yellow. Few things coming up.
No time to waste. You've classes to attend.
Okay. 13. One and spider. Something. The spider. One, two. 4, 5, 6, 9. Spider's good 9. 9 and 1 is 10. I select. Target. I don't know. It's about to do something.
Revelio.
Oh, this one. Oh. Where is that? figure it out.
Ah, good timing. Perfect opportunity to show you how to use flue flames to get around a bit quicker. Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it up and find Central Hall.
Open map. Central Hall. Mr. Weasley has unlocked Central Hall Flue Flame 3. Use R to get the map to fast travel. Are we being forced to go there? Probably. Triangle will protect you from incoming blockable attacks, and holding will.
And here we are.
Stupefy.
Quite the time saver. These stairs lead directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall.
Revelio.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flue powder.
Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive. Our King's Cross station, so to speak.
I'd much prefer it if everyone could simply use all of the commons.
That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
Can you tell me more about Charms class?
What will I learn in Charms class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells, charms, jinxes, all terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan. He's a clever and entertaining wizard, and a talented teacher.
What exactly is Defense Against Dark Arts?
Can you tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend oneself against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts is required for those who aspire to become Aurors. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Hecat in charge of our students' education in that regard.
What's Hogsmeade?
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain, and is home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade. You will also, I imagine, enjoy many a butterbeer there with friends in due course.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
He did, Professor.
He's been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a search for belongings and an extended trip up to the castle.
My suspicion. There is, in fact,
We did take a bit of a detour on the way here. Ended up exploring some ruins, and I shouldn't say more.
Exploring ruins? Well, I presume Professor Fig has his reasons for keeping the details to himself for now. Speak of the devil, Professor Fig. Your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Yes. You seem to have provided our new fifth year with a solid foundation in the basics of spellcasting.
Ah, I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
Well, I'm just glad you both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor. Rather unfortunately, it would seem that it chose us.
Very well. Enough chit-chat. I need to get to class myself. Might I rely on you, Professor Fig, to explain the details of the field guide's map?
Of course.
Thank you. Good luck today. And remember to use your field guide. It will be invaluable to you. And invaluable to me, as I'll be using it to keep up to date on your progress.
Yes, Professor.
Come and find me in my classroom after you've attended both classes today, and I'll explain more about those assignments I mentioned. And we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those supplies.
My blood, my mother says. From her side, at least.
As far as I can see, the only potion worth learning is Sleeping Draught. Best time for the history of magic.
Revelio.
You know what does help me with the thing while you're stirring?
Field guide. Central Hall Fountain. The ornate fountains features intricately carved statues of the denizens of the magical world, including sets of stone sirens encircling the fountain's base.
Revelio.
Else around here?
In other words, it's always a
No,
room
this
full of
has to do
trials.
with this, but I don't think I have to spell
Only
for it.
to top
yet.
her old records. Such a show.
Wish I could afford my own broom if things were.
It's good to see you, Professor.
And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today, before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you and Professor Weasley talking about exploring ruins?
Hope I didn't say too much.
She caught me off guard. I didn't tell her anything else about our travels here. I will say, I think she suspects we're not being entirely forthcoming.
Yes, well, Professor Weasley is a brilliant and astute witch. It was right to keep the details to yourself for now. We don't know where this path we've embarked upon will lead. It may require a bit more flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with the headmaster that would be better left between us.
Understood, Professor.
Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well-trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid another not-so-subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map? Unfold it and have a look.
Okay. Once again, Dark Arts class. Field guide map shows Professor Hackett's class in the lower section of the astronomy wing. I could get lost in this castle. I may need to use the charmed compass in the field guide to help me. That symbol represents main quest. Some quests are locked by spell and or level requirement. In these cases, you will be needed to be the required level and or have the required spell to activate the quest. New spells can be earned by completing professor's assignments as quest rewards. Track quest with X. Okay. I think they want us to go to Dark Arts first.
The map is enchanted to help you find your way.
This will be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Now, sounds like you've quite a day ahead, what with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies, including your own wand. You'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious locket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
Do you happen to have any Valerian sprigs? I really wanted to have a go at a forgetfulness potion. Only, I can't remember where I put mine.
What am I
Broomsticks
missing?
are so out of date. I'd rather travel by Flu Network.
Revelio.
I was destined to be glorious.
Lenora Everley.
Hello. I don't believe we've met.
Oh, hello. I'm Lenora. Pardon me if I seem a little distracted at the moment. Everyone thinks I'm utterly balmy. Samantha thinks I'm potty. But it's this painting. I never noticed it before. If I know Hogwarts, and I do, an empty frame doesn't appear for no reason. There's something more to this.
Have we learned anything about
Have you gained any insights about the painting since you've been studying it?
I did discover that casting Lumos has an effect of some kind. But I'm not sure what to do next.
There are other paintings like this.
Are there any other empty paintings like this around the school?
Yes, a few. This entire place is somewhat of a riddle, to be honest. If I can work out the riddle of this one, I'll know what to do with all of them. As good a place as any to begin.
If I have the time, I may look. Could be intriguing.
I've been racking my brains long enough. I hope you'll have better luck than I have. Do come and find me if you stumble on something illuminating that solves the mystery.
Lumos. That spot must be a clue. I should look around in case it's nearby.
Oh, I don't like how flying messes up.
I'd make a fine keeper.
This looks like the location from the painting. Let's get you back to your frame, little moth.
I'd be glad if they let us convene at the Three Broomsticks instead.
I knew there was a connection. I should tell Lenora that I solved the puzzle of that empty frame.
Oh, she's right over there.
Ugh, don't get the password wrong.
Something with this, I know that this does
Lumos.
Revelio.
Lenora Everley.
Lenora, I solved the mystery of that painting.
You did? How?
I follow the clues.
I found the location depicted in the painting, and then I cast Lumos to guide a moth back to the frame.
All very logical, I suppose. Pity I was so close to solving it. You have a knack for solving riddles. Natty's good at that too. So is Amit, although he does tend to over-explain. Well, I'm glad someone figured it out. The moth! I should have seen that.
So, challenges. Field guide. We collected that. That gave us glasses. Oh, we completed that one. Okay, so we got those glasses unlocked. We collect 8 field guide pages in Hogwarts. We're gonna get these gloves. And we have it under quests. Complete main quests. Complete 2 main story quests, and we're gonna get a legendary gloves here. Complete side quests / relationship quests. We complete 3, we're gonna get another pair of glasses there. And there's still combat exploration and requirement. Collections. Inventory. Beasts. Quest items. Notes. Resources. Gear page. Nothing selected. We can have black leather gloves on. Do that. Face wear. Rather not the glasses. That. Dark flat cap, not bad. We got neckwear. Rather not. Cloaks and robes. It's nice. Keep the robe on though for now. And outfits. Wonder where I do the visual thing, because I have those some unlocks for that. What? The hell? Should not be running around in your underclothing. Combat. Additional content. Yeah, it's all right here. Unlock that, and I unlocked that. Where do we wear this stuff though? Because I would like to wear this. Cosmetic alterations applied to gear via change appearance option in the gear menu. Where's that? Change. Oh, change appearance. So we got the dark arts robe. Kinda cool. RavenClaw. like this, but this is kind of cool. And move to traditional. Go to traditional. We want this. Change appearance. That one. That. This on. Or change it to this. Yeah, so we can change it. This. I will go with this. Use it a little bit more. RavenClaw theme. Eagles and birds of prey. Hats. From the hat, is there a good changed appearance for the hat? They look good. All three of them. But I don't want to wear these. So we're going to honeycomb for now. And scarf. Appearance changes. That looks nice. I think that's everything. For now. Quests. We got track class. We're gonna learn Leviosa. SEO.
Revelio.
You can always tell the first year Hufflepuff. Reconvinced.
Roll one more. You know, mark and turn. Aha! French Cerulean. Make it look like this for now.
Revelio. Revelio.
Wooden cat. This wooden statue bears the likeness of Dawn, fearless feline mouse hunter and devoted study companion.
Revelio.
Lighter armor. This set of armor belongs to Sir Scalethorpe, the heedless who unwisely challenged a mountain troll to a game of musical chairs.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Revelio.
I'm pleased to be included.
Need I remind you that you are studying at Hogwarts and not the Three Broomsticks? You'll never become an aura at this rate. So get your head.
Goblin artifact. Horns like this were used by goblins during 1612 Goblin Rebellion to rally troops and generally annoy witches and wizards. This horn was discovered in the aftermath of the rebellion behind a Hogshead Inn, with a wedge of gorgonzola stuffed inside, presumably to mute it.
Revelio.
Torch marks. Allegedly the location of the first known instance of an arguably successful casting of Bombarda. Date unknown, caster unidentifiable. That's probably what all that remains of them. Up there in the chest.
Revelio.
Okay. 42 more coins. This will all be good when we get this. Oh. What am I supposed to do with you?
Lumos.
I'm definitely sure we'll be doing that later.
Revelio. Revelio.
Oh, another lock. What do we do with this?
Revelio. Lumos. Revelio.
Probably a pattern for that. Oh, you wanna know what it is? Probably have to have some sort of movement spell to move those two over here. No, I want down.
Revelio.
Lumos.
Thanks. Fuck.
Revelio.
Honestly, the way some of those Slytherins fawn all over Professor Black, it's embarrassing.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Yep.
Revelio.
Nice kitty. Wyvern Fountain. This fountain in the Transfiguration Courtyard has a likeness of wyverns on top. Serves as a relaxing place for students to gather. Despite rumors to the contrary, possibly started by Sir Cadogan, this is the most assuredly not meant to be the Wyvern of Wye, slain by the lively knight in spite of himself.
Revelio.
Probably need Reparo for this. There's something over there.
Revelio.
In the room. Heal. Look at that.
Revelio. Revelio.
Statue of Gregory the Smarmy. This statue with an ingratiating grin depicts the medieval wizard Gregory the Smarmy. The wizard is famous for inventing Gregory Unctus Unctution, a potion that makes the drinker believe whoever gave them the potion is their best friend. Cool.
Now, was it 2 pieces of Angelica or 3?
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio.
That equals 21.
Revelio.
Need a spell to get that.
This is my sister's first year. Every part of it Stevie before I cast at her with the trip jigs.
My entire family's been sorted into Hufflepuff. Except for me, that is. Makes sense. Not one for hard work, I'm honest.
it's about time we start heading over there.
My sister will be home for the holidays.
Revelio.
Police station. Oh, they're over there. Over here. And a lock again.
Nice and warm! Revelio. Revelio.
Up here. Hey, it's you looking at me again. You again.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Okay, begin the quest. There are cards.
Stupefy! Stupefy!
Is that all you've got?
Yeah. Bombard! Levioso!
Professor Hecat!
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces on your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull. It was a token from the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it. Knowledge. To the wise, age matters very little. Today we will review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember. Levioso.
Levioso? A levitation charm?
Levioso! A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Pruitt? No? One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in the heat of battle. Now, let's practice what we've just learned, starting with something small.
Steady your wand with the... Okay, same as before.
Levioso.
Now, let's try something a little larger. Let us begin with the basic cast. See how the dummy deflected your cast? This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast. Remember, a surprised opponent is a weak...
Levioso.
Good. Now, the basic cast. Well done. Very good. But the best way to practice is by dueling. We'll start with you two. Duelists, take your marks.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
Now, I want a fair duel, using only Levioso, basic cast, and Protego. You may begin.
Levioso! This should be easy. Protego! Superfly! Complicates things.
Levioso!
Lucky.
Nothing lucky about it.
Good form.
I know.
This can't be your first duel.
Let's just say I'm a quick learner.
If only all of my students were this adept. I do enjoy a lively duel.
Not bad for a beginner. You give as good as you get.
I put you on the spot, and you rose to the challenge. Points to RavenClaw.
Thank you, Professor Hecat. Glad to have the opportunity to practice.
If what I've seen today is any indication, we can expect great things from you. I demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, but battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely, goblins, is a different kettle of Grindylows entirely.
Understood, Professor.
So, I'd advise you to keep practicing whenever you can. Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have some ideas for you. Again, well done today. I shall reach out soon with additional assignments. All right, that's enough spectacle.
Revelio.
Class is dismissed.
Always thought Levioso was for first years. Not anymore.
Oh, I'm not much for dueling. I prefer to keep things friendly. If you know the right spells, it's dark wizards that'll fear you, not the other way around.
I'd hate to face Professor Hecat in a duel.
Revelio.
Nice work.
Because Spanish.
I enjoyed that.
Well, that duel was quite something. Everyone will be talking about it.
It was certainly good practice.
Practice? It felt more like I was dueling an expert. Sebastian Sallow, by the way. Didn't expect a new student to be so deft with a wand. Then again, perhaps this wasn't your first duel.
I've had my share of wand.
I've dueled enough. Consider yourself lucky I held back.
Huh, fair enough. You owe me an honest duel when you aren't. You know, you might be a perfect fit for a certain exclusive, unsanctioned dueling organization.
Sounds intriguing.
Exclusive and unsanctioned. Count me in.
Excellent. Knew I was right about you. If you want to get the most out of your time at Hogwarts, you're going to need to break the rules now and then. Whether it's joining a secret dueling club, or sneaking into the restricted section of the library, you just have to be clever enough not to get caught.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Pleasure chatting with you. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Perhaps somewhere unsanctioned? We'll see if your performance today was sheer luck, or actual skill. Look for Luke and Brattleby near the clock tower entrance. If you're interested. Till next time.
You dueled Sebastian. He's strong competition. Well done.
Revelio. Levioso.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Revelio.
Heading to Charms while looking if there's anything else to unlock on the way.
Revelio.
Augury skeleton. The skeleton is an Irish phoenix of it. The skeleton is an Irish phoenix or augury, an intensely shy bird who can forecast the coming of rain and whose mournful cries was once believed to foretell death.
Revelio.
I've learned almost all of the Goblin rebellions off by heart. You can test me. Go on, test me.
A little bit of team
My older
for
brothers
class.
were all sourced into RavenClaw. I'll never be able to live up to their achievement.
Off on another adventure, are we?
My family has a lineage.
Like the architecture of the place. Lumos with this, see if this is
Lumos.
I didn't mean... What do you want? If I could undo all that happened that day, I would.
here. Nope.
It's hardly worth studying for potions.
In trouble, are we? Been up to no good? Thought as much. That youngun's now a teacher.
Revelio.
Maybe over here.
My little sisters will be so happy to see me over the holidays. They madly try to cast spells at me with their toy wand.
Two columns. Like painting or something back there. Of a door. No, that's poison rats. Another cat.
Revelio.
Maybe upstairs.
Revelio.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Oh, there it is. I did aerial. Okay.
Lumos.
Back. Way down the floor. Might be down another floor. I'll get one more.
Got a peek at the prefect's bathroom last year. I'd missed class for a week.
Where was it?
My older sisters taught me everything I needed to know about Hogwarts before I stepped foot in the castle.
Further down?
My family.
I just seen it a minute ago. It ain't this far down. Yeah, we got you there. I think I had to love you asleep. It's over here. Yeah, right here. Put that there. Come back down here to see where that chest with the eye is.
I wonder how many secret passages.
Levioso.
Nope, not the right one. Okay.
When they ask you a question now, isn't it? Grubby little places.
Your challenges. So we completed that, so we got legendary gloves now. Once we complete 4 more main story quests, we get the legendary cape. Field guide page. We did the 8, which got us some more gloves. We 15 and we get a new hat. Collection. Hogwarts to Highlands. What's another one? Hogsmeade. Retaining charms class. Here.
Revelio.
Office. Currently no tracking. Apps. Side quests are now available. So we want to go this way. Oh, we want to go up. Oh, the cat moved around. Oh no, then I guess there's just 2.
Revelio.
Professor Ronan tends to go on a bit. We sometimes have to remind him to finish the lesson.
Some of us don't necessarily want him to get back to the lesson.
Peeves was in a mood the other day. Tossed my quill right on Scribner's desk.
The quest is over there. Class.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Werewolves! Where were you?
Revelio.
In the Goblin Rebellion.
Chest. Elf made ivory gloves.
Revelio.
Was the minister a boot or the minister a flack?
Stop it, Peeves. You'll get us in trouble.
In trouble you will be, but you can't give Peeves a smack. She says it's a boot, and he says it's a flack.
Peeves, enough. You'll get us all detention.
Unicorn?
And you're both wrong anyway. It was Hephaestus Gore.
It wasn't Boots and it wasn't Flack, but you're all in trouble with Professor Black!
Okay. Unicorn? That one. Cat got in the way. Go away, cat. Really? God, what's that? Really? Right over. Here's your chest. Fingerless gloves.
Revelio.
My chest. Short stairs. Okay. Oh, fuck. Go check those fingerless gloves, see if they look good. Oh. Wasn't even paying attention to that before. Give me stats. Put that on. I don't look like that. That makes more sense. Lot there, we can put something in later. And this one.
Revelio.
I still can't manage to transfigure a match into a needle without catching it on fire.
Go up here.
Levioso.
Oh, cool.
Revelio.
I know I've seen that before, that statue. Tapestry of Barnabas, the Barmy. The tapestry depicts the wizard Barnabas the Barmy's foolish attempt to train trolls for the ballet. One can only imagine the impact on the arts had he succeeded. Oh, there we go, it's moving. Wonder if that's the same guy who was sitting on the musical chairs and smashed by the troll.
Revelio.
What are you up to now?
Revelio.
Here. My dear Satyavati, you'll be pleased to hear that I received word from my contacts at Cambridge, who conceded that they had in fact been incorrect in their understanding of meteor showers. It seems that an Irish astronomer and a British astronomer both built upon the work done by an Italian astronomer, all muggles mind you, as far as I know, who propose calculating the position of dust at Earth's orbit as means of connecting meteors to comets. Brilliant, really. One can only imagine what they might do with an enchanted telescope. Frustratingly, in my correspondence, I did feel that I had to continue using the pseudonym from my days as a gentleman scholar. Whilst I still find it rather exciting to have a secret identity, the reason irks me. I am so looking forward to our trip later this year to Jantar Mantars. What an adventure we shall have. I miss you, dear sister, and do hope you are well. With love, Sutreta.
Revelio.
Up here.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village.
Revelio. Lumos.
What we got here? Telescope. Out. This one might be a little bit harder to find.
Revelio.
Nice to be here on my own.
47 more coins.
me!
Telescope. It's just not the right telescope. An owl here.
Revelio.
Oh, there's the butterfly.
Lumos.
And I'll come back up. Did I miss that? I opened that.
My family loved going to the village.
I opened that.
Father was on the farm 10 hours.
Revelio.
Here we go. Astronomy telescope. This telescope is the finest stargazing instrument of its kind, perfect for viewing the moon and the stars and anything else one might find in the night sky. Something there. Yes. 62 more coins.
Revelio.
Back towards terms.
Revelio.
Rumor has it there's an abandoned manor near Bargain Farm.
Well, if I need to find astronomy, I know it's near Charms.
Revelio.
Did I do something? Did I miss a turn? Oh, ghost. Didn't realize I went up so many steps.
I tried to send a note.
Revelio.
If only I hadn't done it in potions. Not sure why she'd fuss so much. It was only one page in a book.
I'd never fold down a corner in a book. It'd make a fuss too if I were.
Charms we go.
Here. Behind you. There is an open seat here.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Nettie. So you are the new student. Have you met Professor Ronan yet?
Shall we begin? Welcome to Year 5 of Charms. Now, this will be a crucial year in your education on the art of charm work. But I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge. Right, now, everyone, please open your textbooks to page 517. But before we begin, can anyone here tell me the difference between the incantations of the color change and growth charms? Anyone? Anyone? I am afraid it is too late to study now. My, the summer months must have really taken a toll on you all. By the looks of it, you all spent your holidays practicing Obliviate on one another. Do you even remember how to perform a basic summoning charm? Well, it seems that we are in dire need of review. Everyone get into pairs and take positions on opposite sides of the classroom. Now let's put those textbooks to use as the blunt objects you so believe they are, and take turns summoning them out of one another's hands. Only one book will be needed per partnership, Miss Dale. Thank you. Get into place now.
Can I speed it up?
Accio!
That is not bad.
You are a swift learner. I see a lot of potential, but remember, potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it. You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that. Well, as you all seem to have the basics down, and it is an exceptionally lovely day, I was thinking that we might have ourselves a little excursion outside for a spot of fresh air. After me. I've always found that fun goes hand in hand with mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree, So, what better than a bit of sport to put our prowess with the summoning charm to the test, right? So why don't we have our newest student start us off? Very simply, cast Accio on one of the spheres and relinquish your charm at the last possible moment. Now, think of this like gobstones, if you will. But instead of throwing the marbles out, you are summoning them toward you. The trick is to pull the sphere as far as possible, but not a bit more, or it'll fall, yes? Now, I could keep talking about theory all day, but practice is the best professor. Show us how it's done. Accio. Excellent control. Not to worry. That's it! Stay focused.
Okay, let's try this one.
Very good. Very good. Points to RavenClaw. But there's certainly no sport in playing without some friendly competition. Miss Onai, would you care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on up.
Oh dear.
You'll be the blues, just as before, and Miss Onai, you are playing red. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Oi.
There we go.
This is probably not gonna be easy.
Accio.
Excellent. Good.
Watch this.
Brown, yellow. Easily okay.
That is how it's done. Well done. Let us see this. Yes!
Accio.
Splendid! Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall we?
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
I'll say.
Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it. This round settles it all.
Here we go. There we go.
Accio.
Don't lose your composure.
Watch this. Phew.
I wonder if I can knock hers. That camera.
I know everyone is watching, but try not to be nervous. You are doing quite well.
Very good.
Let us see this. Yes! Brilliant!
Very good, both of you. Well done.
Almost got it. I didn't mess up the first ball.
Class is dismissed. Gather your things on the way out.
Well done back there. You took the loss in stride. Didn't want to go too easy on you. Took me weeks to become proficient with Accio. Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
That's good to hear. It's a lot to take in all at once.
To put it lightly, I remember how I felt when I first arrived. I transferred here from Wagadu just before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach divination here. Before I knew it, we had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
How big is Uganda?
Is Wagadu much bigger than Hogwarts?
Wagadu School of Magic is the largest wizarding school in the world. So yes, bigger than Hogwarts. But it never seemed intimidating or overwhelming to me. It always felt like home.
What does a Wagadu look like?
Is Wagadu a castle, like Hogwarts?
Its address is Mountains of the Moon. It is not so much a castle as a beautiful edifice carved out of the mountainside. I remember the first time I saw it, the mist was so thick I could hardly make out anything at all. And then it just materialized before me, this enormous school that seemed to be floating in midair.
Is magic the same at your Wagadu?
This may seem an odd question, but is magic the same there as it is here?
Mostly, yes. But I did have to learn how to use a wand when I arrived here. Hardly anyone at Wagadu uses one.
It's incredible.
You can cast spells without a wand.
Oh, yes. I find wandless magic to be much more instinctive. Not to mention quite convenient if one is without their wand. I must admit, however, that I am growing quite fond of using a wand. It seems very dramatic.
Thank you for telling me about Wagadu.
It's nice to learn about another wizarding school.
Thank you for asking. I do miss Wagadu, but I am glad to be here at Hogwarts. Ah, I think Professor Ronan wants to talk to you. Better not keep him waiting. Until next time.
Of course, you can use Accio on humans, if you're so inclined.
Well, you'd be using it on clothing, to
A
be
word,
precise,
if you would.
You know it won't work on humans.
You wanted to speak with me, Professor?
I did. I trust your first charms lesson lived up to expectation?
Well, an outdoor competition wasn't exactly the lesson I was expecting, sir.
What charm is there in the expected? Miss Onai is a talented witch. Take it in stride. One often gains the most from the battles one has lost.
Of course, Professor. It was a challenging match.
Miss Onai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that your professors give you instruction outside of the ordinary curriculum. Expect to hear from me soon regarding a special assignment that I am preparing for you.
Okay.
Revelio.
Anything around here? Quest log. Meet with Professor Weasley. Let's see if we can do the cross one. Short stairs from exploration. Enter Hogwarts. Lots and lots to unlock. going the right way.
Hello. How was your first day coming along?
Dale.
Hello, Samantha. Nice to see you again.
I wondered how your first day was going. You certainly seem to hold your own in charms.
Kind of you to say.
I've been fortunate. Beginner's luck.
My brother William would tell you not to be so humble and to trust your abilities. Then again, he tends to be overconfident in his. Well, better see to my charms homework. I'm afraid I can't count on beginner's luck to impress Professor Ronan.
Revelio.
This way.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Okay. We go this way.
Sometimes I'm not
We don't
fully
snake
sure.
on things.
Revelio.
Natural beige fur. Better than what I'm wearing right now. Prince Aurelian Riddick are offensive or defense. Yes. Compare. Quality is definitely the one I got equipped, but you think might be better. Wait to learn about traits.
Revelio.
Oh, there somewhere. Well, that might be one of the ones with the high stuff.
Vila blood.
Is spray out water.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented blue powder.
So I had stuck into the girl's water. Okay.
Accio. Levioso. Lumos.
Yep.
Revelio.
Wonder if you need the invisibility stuff. It's over here though. Nope. That has lock too.
Revelio.
How How nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio.
This way. A flying rat, get it now. Flying paper become.
Revelio.
Whee!
Oh, not again!
Here I've come from the toilet bowl where she said I could swim, did you praxia mole?
Revelio.
As long as 'twere only one time per week, I can plunge the boy's lavatory, not for the meat.
Muggle fashion, isn't it?
He tried to stop me, did rancorous carp, sought to trap me, confine me inside of a jar. But he...
Another improvement. Back here.
Did his containment charms, so I took my revenge to
Revelio.
wreak havoc and harm. It was granted my privileges be handsome indeed, or I'd fire up the cannon, and so she agreed. To draw up a contract with her, not with him, that if I behaved, I'd have one weekly swim! Whee!
I'll get you for this!
Revelio.
Lachlan the Lanky. This statue depicts the wizard Lachlan the Lanky. A tall, slender wizard who appears quite proud of himself, for what precisely no one knows. Six out of 15. Getting there.
Revelio.
Map of Argyllshire. The map depicts Argyllshire, a region in Scotland which contains the Hebrides, native home of the Hebridean black dragon. Dragon that we seen earlier in the game.
Revelio.
Okay, I'm gonna go hallway. This here. Trailer chest here. A new hat. Hat. I might keep this one on. I actually like it, how it looks.
Revelio.
Okay. Regal pink. Okay.
Revelio.
Oh. Whoa. Well, that's a drop. Go through. Do you take me back?
Revelio.
Yes. Loosened house emblem scar. As far as it's better. I don't mind this. Keep this one. The way it looks. What else did I miss? Dang it. Maybe it's a change appearance. So. No, don't need a change. But an enchanting regal handle in this shade of pink. Apply to your wand via your... Okay. Wand. Much unlocked there yet?
Revelio.
Where are you going?
Revelio.
What are you up to now?
You're there. Counterpart.
Revelio.
Where did that scroll go? Oh, you want me to go here for the quest? Okay. 63 more coins.
Revelio.
Probably closer to the Slytherins. Oh, one of these again.
Lumos.
Well, that one ain't too descriptive.
Revelio.
25 more coins.
Revelio.
Page. The Kelpie statue. This statue depicts the Kelpie, a shape-shifting water demon native to Ireland and Great Britain, which usually takes the form of a long-maned horse. The largest Kelpie ever reported is the Loch Ness Monster in Scotland. Yeah, another one with an eye. I want to stay down here though. I'm pretty sure the butterfly is somewhere down here.
Revelio.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
No way.
Revelio.
Can't see it right now. Find it later. Look over here one more time. Might be somewhere else. Yeah, probably somewhere else. Not too far. Not sure where it is right now.
Revelio.
Could be getting closer to that dueling club.
Revelio.
Where are you saying now? Up or down? Up. Open up, please. Thank you.
Revelio.
Oh, that's cool. Can't wait to start flying. It takes some time to open some of the doors.
Revelio.
side? No. Yeah, I've been in here.
Revelio.
Yeah. In that door. Through here? Guessing that's the Quidditch area? Or by where the flags are? Towery. Just based on the amount of owls flying up there.
Glad you could make it. Lucan's just over there.
Revelio.
This one.
Accio.
This one? No, it's
Levioso. Revelio.
Are you open? Like you're about to open, then you shut.
Accio. Lumos. Revelio.
Maybe it's locked to the duels. Hold on a second. Over here too with lock.
Can I help you?
Lucian Brattleby.
Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches for you, that's all I need to know. I coordinate duels for crossed wands. A dueling club of sorts. It's invitation only, so you must have really impressed Sebastian.
That's nice to hear.
I'm flattered to hear that. Sebastian's not a bad duelist either.
Imagine it's quite something to see the two of you duel.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing in the end wins. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all. And to liven things up, the winner is awarded a prize. Interested?
Of course. Dueling's an entertaining pastime.
I agree. Besides, in crossed ones, you could duel with a partner if you like. Your first time I'll pair you with Sebastian. Next time, you'll need to bring a partner along, or duel alone. So, care to step into the ring?
I'm ready.
Get me in the ring.
Spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
We'll make you regret signing up.
Break 3 yellow shield with control spells. Like levitation. Target R3. Lets you track enemies without aiming. Use R to change targets while locked.
Confringo. Levioso. Levioso.
Oh, there goes my wager.
Don't shy away now.
Levioso.
You're better than that!
Expulso! Give them what for!
Lumos. Levioso. Accio.
Is that all you've got?
Leviosa!
Levioso. Confringo.
Mind the wand!
Lumos. Protego. Levioso. Confringo.
Pity more people can't watch the duels.
Nice work. Sebastian wasn't wrong about you. There's strong competition ahead, but keep this up and you could be the next school champion.
Brilliant. Count me in.
I shall. Now, it takes time to organise these duels, but check with me later. I may have something lined up for you. Again, congratulations on your first Crossed Wands victory. Well fought. Hope to see you back here again.
Where's X-Claw?
Accio!
What got in here? New gloves.
Revelio!
There's still that over there, though. I don't think I have the spell for it.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Just wait till I've grown a bit, then we'll see how well you do.
I feel sorry for your next opponent.
Revelio!
That light is behind me. I promise. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Accio!
Levioso.
Lumos!
Did I get something else, I'm guessing?
Revelio!
What are we supposed to be doing? Action. Pick this. Got new gloves. Miss Weasley we go.
Revelio! Revelio. Revelio.
Oh, here we go. End the quest.
What about the room, Professor?
I was thinking the same thing, Deke. Perhaps you could help.
Oh, excuse, Deke.
Ah, there you are. I trust your first classes went well?
They did, Professor.
I heard as much from Professors Hecat and Ronan. Seems Professor Fig taught you quite a bit during your brief detour near... what was it you said? Some ruins? I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me. Isn't there?
No, Professor.
Nothing more, Professor.
I see. Like trying to get a sonnet from a streeler. Regardless, you must continue to build upon what you've learned. In that regard, I've asked your professors to help hasten your progress with some extra assignments.
Professor Ronan mentioned that.
Professor Ronan did mention something about that.
In fact, Professor Ronan will meet you outside momentarily to assign your first one. Now, regarding the trip to Hogsmeade I mentioned earlier, we've arranged to replace the supplies lost on your way here, including seeds, potion recipes, and spellcrafts.
Thank you, Professor.
And Mr. Ollivander will connect you with the perfect wand. You've managed your classes well with a borrowed wand, but you'll find the magic you cast with your own wand to be far superior.
What more can you tell me about the potion?
Can you tell me more about the potions shop, Professor?
J. Pippin's Potions stocks a wide array of potions ingredients, although they rarely sell recipes. Professor Sharp asked that they have a couple of particular recipes on hand for you.
What's a spellcraft?
I've never heard of a spellcraft before, Professor. What is it?
A spellcraft is a recipe of sorts used when conjuring objects. I shall explain more about them when you begin working with transfiguration magic.
Well, there really is an Ollivander's here.
There's an Ollivander's in Hogsmeade.
There is. Most people are familiar with the shop in Diagon Alley. We're fortunate to have someone like him nearby. Mr. Ollivander is a genuine craftsman and highly skilled wand maker. I would trust no one else to pair me with a wand.
I'm ready to go.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Very well. I'd like you to make your first visit to the village with a classmate. Help you get your bearings. Perhaps Sebastian Sallow or Natsai Onai. I've noticed you spending time with them.
Fashion, I think.
I'd like to go with Sebastian.
Glad to hear it. Mr. Sallow is a capable young wizard, and he knows the area. He'll keep you well clear of any of Victor Rookwood's undesirables en route.
Rookwood?
A rather unsavory local. Best to avoid him and his associates, including his right hand of sorts, Theophilus Harlow, if you can. Once you've finished Professor Ronan's assignment, your friend will meet you at the castle doors. No time to waste. The sooner you complete your work, the sooner you can enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks.
Revelio.
Speak to Professor Ronan to receive your first assignment. Assignments are a type of quests given you by Hogwarts professors that, when completed, reward you with new spells. The reward for completing your first assignment will be the Mending Charm, Reparo, which is required to complete other quests. Nice. In Reparo now. Just don't remember where that statue was.
Revelio.
Can't wait to get the lock one. 56 more coins. Partial transfiguration. This partially transfigured teacup, likely too soon to be reversed error of a second year, serves as a cautionary tale for those students who do not take seriously the complexities and dangers of transfiguration. Half rat.
Revelio.
Third door. Yes, there is. Maybe it will lead there. Oh yeah, that was locked. I do want to do that assignment. Like it. Arrow. New spell.
Ah, there you are.
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor.
Indeed I do, and an exceedingly useful one at that, the Mending Charm Reparo. Fixes things right up, makes a broken object good as new in the blink of an eye.
It seems as if that might come in handy.
More frequently than one would imagine. As Professor Weasley mentioned, I am not the only one who will be teaching you spells outside of class in an effort to catch you up with your peers. A number of your professors have agreed to do so as well, but first, each shall ask that you complete a few preliminary tasks to hone your magic. I have arranged some for today. See them through and then report back to me. We will have you casting Reparo in no time.
I'll complete the tasks.
I'll start on the task right away, Professor.
Okay. Our first task over here.
This is the right area. I wonder where the flying page is.
Accio!
Got it.
Hold it. Okay. The next one.
Revelio. A flying page must be around here somewhere.
Yeah, it is.
Accio. Brilliant.
That young'un's now teacher herself.
I trust the preliminary tasks weren't too much trouble.
I completed the assignments, Professor.
Marvelous. You clearly know your way around basic charms. Let us give the old Mending Charm a try then, shall we? Remember to be deliberate in your enunciation and movements. I want to see some vigor. Now, wand at the ready.
Yes, sir.
Remember, your wand is a conduit of your magic.
Dismissed it. Starting to realize what I have to do. Up. I hit X instead of the square for the first one. Mending charm apparel can be used to mend objects, pieces of the environment.
That's it! Very good. If you would like to practice mending something, have a go with that broken statue in the alcove by the water. It allegedly symbolized heartbreak. Perhaps a jilted lover.
Revelio.
Too accurate and loud.
Levioso.
Check quest. Welcome to Hogsmeade. Visit Hogsmeade and gather your supplies. Will be our next quest. Words, ancient magic throw, and ancient magic. Oh, we're gonna learn about our ancient magic. Cool. It's I do these scarves. Oak. Clothing. This is what I can't wait for. Flying mount going. I wonder why it still says there's something going on here, but I don't see anything new. Lots. Unlock. New here. Complete one more assignment and we get this top of the class scarf. Did we get that yet? No. Three more. One more relationship quest. Two more. They're heading to Hogsmeade. Go this way.
Revelio.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
You think Gareth Weasley would be better at Transfiguration, considering his aunt teaches the thing?
It is. See what's down here. Library. Professor Black. Might I suggest a ban on magic in the library? Someone has been sneaking into the restricted section, and Cressida Bloom seems to think of the library as her own personal arena in which to practice her latest incantations. It is most disruptive. One might consider Peeves tame by comparison to such antics.
Revelio.
I wonder if that is a gettable area right now. Locked.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Revelio.
Coming over there. We need the water spell, probably.
Revelio.
Good workout dueling, Sebastian.
Muggles have it better. Have you ever tried to ride a horse?
No.
Here we go. What's this? Okay, yeah, I remember.
Revelio.
I wonder.
Reparo.
Nope. Thought because of the crack it might be able to do.
Revelio.
I dropped one of the crystal balls in divination. Shattered everywhere. I was mortified.
Well, fancy meeting you here.
Hello, Sebastian.
Ah, my new charge. I'm told you're in dire need of supplies, and I'm to accompany you into Hogsmeade for them. Is this your first foray into the village?
It is. I haven't left the castle since I arrived.
Well, I shall endeavour to be the very best of guides, then. Hogsmeade's a charming little place. Self-contained, too. We should be able to find you everything that you need. Shall we? I was glad Professor Weasley asked me to join you today.
As am I. Thank you, by the way.
Of course. You're the only one who's ever bested me in a duel. The way I see it, I'd be wise to keep an eye on you.
Revelio.
I miss having my own bedroom. One of the girls in our room recites potion recipes in her sleep, another sings, and another mumbles incantations.
Speaking of Weasley, she seems to have taken quite a shine to you.
Has she? That's nice to hear.
I'm still surprised that a professor would entrust me with anything, given my detention record.
Spend a lot of time in detention, do you?
Just enough to keep me well-rounded.
Revelio.
Speaking of detention, this trip to Hogsmeade might have saved me from one.
Glad I could be of service.
Madam Scribner, the librarian, was on the hunt for me, as is often the case. Professor Weasley came to retrieve me, and I was able to convince old Scribner that I had somewhere to be.
Yes, such an epic looking castle.
So how did you manage to get on the librarian's bad side?
Well, I suspect it's a matter of differing opinions. She thinks I shouldn't be allowed in the restricted section, and I, on the other hand, am inclined to disagree. Oh, just one moment. This is an excellent spot to get lacewing flies. They're pretty to look at. If you stew them long enough, they make a powerful potion ingredient.
The horn. There's something over here. Some of these. They let us.
Revelio.
Cool. I think this is supposed to be something we need a lot of.
Revelio.
Merlin's beard from the Forbidden Forest. Look.
What's going on?
See for yourself. Quite a sight, isn't it? You certainly don't see that every day.
Revelio. Revelio.
Sleeping toads.
Do you think Poppy's already seen the hippogriffs?
Absolutely. Likely already named them too.
Prance, Hoof, and Sugarfoot.
To the left is the Forbidden Forest. Out of bounds to all students.
Oh, hence the name.
Precisely. They think it's too dangerous. I think they need to have more confidence in our defensive abilities. Ah, you can see Hogsmeade just past those ruins up ahead.
Orange that I can pick up.
Levioso. Accio.
Similar. One of the other characters.
Have you had much of a chance to explore the castle?
A little. It's positively enormous.
It is that. I've been there 5 years and barely scratched the surface. Loads to see, places to discover.
Oh? Any you'd like to share with the class?
Perhaps one day. I can't go around telling you all my secrets now, can I? You still haven't told me how you became so good at dueling.
Decorous jumper school uniform. See if that looks better. Oh. Definitely stat-wise. I like the look of the RavenClaw one. Change that. Oh, we also got this stuff. This one.